Good morning, everyone. Happy old school April. Morning sprints on a Thursday morning. I happen to be off today. I'm on spring break, and I thought it would be nice to have some morning sprints, especially for our friends in other parts of the world who can't always make our evening sprints. I'm Kat for anyone who's new to my channel. I appreciate you being here and welcome. Let me know what you're up to. And if you are watching this on replay, welcome as well. Let us know what you got up to during the sprints. So please let me know, what are your plans for sprints this morning? It doesn't have to be reading. It could be some kind of an activity. You might have some chores to do this morning. You might be heading off to work. You might actually be at work. Anything that you are going to be up to, I'd love to know. I am going to actually be continuing with The Spell Shop by Sarah Beth Durst. I have a book club meeting tonight with my dear friend Alex at Frank Fiction on her channel at 7 p.m. Central Time. We'll be discussing The Spell Shop. I have made progress. I only have 133 pages left, and I'm hoping I can knock those pages out on sprints this morning. So anyway, we'll be here for about 4 hours, and I'm hoping that I'll get it done. I have some questions to answer, but I'm really enjoying it. I don't know if any of y'all have read The Spell Shop. I know quite a few people have picked it up, especially since Old School April is, you can get some points for it, and some significant points depending on what the prompts mean to you and how they fit for you. So anyway, let's see who's joining us today. Hello, Jen. How are you, my friend? What are you up to today? Let me know. Let me know. I believe you're also on spring break, if I'm not mistaken. And good morning, Travis. How are you feeling? I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're not feeling like you did last night. And good morning, Tina. Yes, happy old school April. So nice to see y'all. I'm on my plan period grading some tests. That's an excellent use of your time. I hope that you get it all graded during your planning period. I was not very good about that. My planning periods when I was in the classroom a lot of times was answering emails to parents and trying to get materials together, taking care of students if they were having some kind of an issue. I just never seemed to be able to grade my test, during my planning period, unless it was like an extended planning period. Sometimes I could do that. Or when I was teaching junior high and I was part-time towards my last year. It was my last year, I believe I was part-time. Good morning, Alicia. How are you? Did you get some good rest? And good morning, Halco. How are you, my kindred spirit? And good morning, Nicole. Welcome, welcome. Nicole is repping those Ghostbusters. I personally am a Scooby-Dooby-Doo, along with Jen and Alicia. Halco, did you pick a team? Are you participating in Old School April? Or if not, let me know what you're up to. Are you crocheting? Another fellow Scooby just popping in to say hi, heading to work. Be safe on your travels to work. I know I'm bummed out you can't hang out this morning, but we will be hanging out again, hopefully soon. And Travis says, I'm on the clock working. I have a meeting at 10, but I'm going to mute it and be here because it's a pointless Thursday meeting every week. I get that. We used to have those when I was at my last school. I'm like, why do we have a meeting when you can easily send the information in an email? And I also do not like attending meetings just because, especially if it doesn't have anything to do with what I am doing. And I don't know. I don't think you should call a meeting unless it's absolutely necessary and it affects everyone, not just a handful of people. Alicia said, I got one at school and one homesick with me. Oh no, I will be doing spinner wheel tasks and hopefully reading some more of A Shadow in the Ember. So who is sick? Is it Lorelei? Tell me it's not. She just had a birthday. And then your hair looks great. Love the curls. Oh, thank you. This is my bed head. Oh, my husband is outside the I'm on, but I'll eat this in a second. Thank you. He's bringing me breakfast. Instead of breakfast in bed, I'll have breakfast at my desk on Sprints. And of course, Bailey's here. Y'all can't see Bailey, but she is right here. Of course, she's smelling my breakfast and deciding I would like to have some of that too. But you cannot have any breakfast. You already had yours. Anyway, she's a sweetheart. So yes, thank you so much. I appreciate it. This is just, I didn't even do anything with it. It wasn't a ponytail yesterday. I figured I slept a little bit later this morning just because I was up late. But thank you, Jen. Cleaning up a bit, then reading some assorted short books and manga. Ooh, let me know what manga you're reading. I'm new to manga. My youngest son has been reading it for years and years and has a really extensive collection. But I started with Demon Slayer, and then I have also started reading Dan to Dan, which is so weird and so wild, but it's so much fun. And I've been reading that during Week of Weird, but I don't know. I need to incorporate some more manga just in general in my reading diet. Afternoon. Hello, Sophie. How are you doing today? I am doing well. How are you? What's been going on in your part of the world? And hello to Literary Love from Alicia. I'll be crocheting and catching up on YouTube videos. That sounds like fun. I love all your crocheting items that you do. I love seeing them on Instagram. You're so talented. Good morning. I'm finishing up a few books today. Rewitched, Never Whistle at Night, and The Witch's Home. I see a little theme going on there. Some witchy vibes. Is that a favorite of yours to read about? And hi to Alicia from Jen. I'll be working on my journaling project, reading some of my Ghost of Fear Street books and Fear Street book, and doing some actual work-related things. Well, that sounds like a plan, considering you are home working. It's kind of hard to, at least it is for me sometimes, when you have to work at home, like the lines blur a little bit. It's like, oh, let me go put a load of laundry in and let that get going. Or, oh, if I cooked, I would be putting things in a crock pot. I've actually done that before. Let me put some in the crock pot while I'm also doing some work. So yeah. I'm fortunate that we get 2 planning periods and mine are back to back. That's excellent. That is amazing. So yeah, I hope you do get all of your stuff done, because there's nothing worse than having to take stuff home. I tossed and turned a bit. Cat woke me up. Oh, I did pretty well last night. I mean, I did wake up a couple of times, and I did have to get up and go to the bathroom, which is not unusual, but I wore my soft braces last night for the first time for my hands. The good news is, even though my hands still are achy, they were not as achy, because the braces prevented me from like squeezing my hands and turning them under. So anyway, that worked out. I do have to eat before I can start my dose pack. So that's why I'm going to be eating during my first break, so I can start the medication. And I do have my blood work appointment at 2. And I'm hoping that the OT will call me and schedule. And I'm hoping that it'll work out, that it won't be too hard with my last couple of weeks of school. But I'm perpetually behind, as I have 3 different classes I teach, and I'm a special ed teacher. Gotcha. I was always behind with grading, and I just think it's because you're so busy either lesson planning, or you're doing all this other work that you have to do to prep for your classes, or you get you're put on a special committee, or you get a special project, depending on what the year is. I just always kept grading last, and always thought of grading like laundry. You know, when you put your laundry in, if you take your laundry right out of the dryer and you fold your laundry and hang up your clothes, it goes by very quickly. But if you allow it to pile up, it just seems like you have hours worth of laundry to do, and then have to put it all away and all that. It's the same way with grading. If you grade it immediately, as soon as you can, then it's not as painful. But if not, loads and loads. Yeah, my little puppy dog, yeah, my little Bailey. We might be getting rain today. I'm hoping it's not going to be anything with thunderstorms. Otherwise, Bailey's going to be sad. And Jen said, I'm on spring break. I plan to continue cleaning and organizing my home office while listening to the audiobook for Senseless by Ronald Malfi. Go, Scoobies, go. Woohoo. They're making a database for us, and it's horrible. Every Thursday, we have a 2-hour meeting going over stuff, but my boss just talks the whole time. I know. And if you're anything like me, Travis, like if somebody is doing that, I start multitasking. You're at home, so it's easier for you to multitask where you can kind of look like you're listening, but you're also doing some other stuff. And you just have to hope that they don't ask you a question. And then you're like, what? Huh? Could you repeat that? I wasn't really sure exactly what you're trying to say. Please let me know so I can clarify. Baby boy Alan is sick. Aww. You poor baby. Y'all have really had it with illness a lot this year. It just seems that way between all of y'all. Just, and I know yours was kind of allergy specific, but to me, that's still being sick if your allergies are acting up. So hopefully some rest. But I know, like, is it very hard for him to make up work when he's not at school? Or were you able to get what he has to work on in case he feels better? He can work on it at home. Swamp Gas, hello, hello. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. And Bailey is so cute. She is. She is precious. Really is a cutie pie. So calm, so sweet. Good morning, Em. I'll be reading Sun and Gemini between lessons with the kids. Excellent. Are you kids working on anything specific this morning? And hello, puppy. I saw her nose. She's very, very quiet. She's stealthy, too. And she does like to steal things. She's very quiet about it too. She, all of a sudden she loves my Crocs for some reason. I wear Crocs in the house. That's kind of like my slippers. And the next thing I know, I'll look and it's on her pile, on her bed. I'm like, what are you doing with my shoe, Bailey? Better not be eating my shoe. Nicole said, I'll be finishing Mansect, then starting Monster 1. Okay. It sounds good. I don't think my son has either one of those. But like I said, his collection is extensive. I was looking the other day because of something with black and white for the old school April. And I was like, you know what? Maybe I could pick a manga to put in my pile. But they had some that had black and white, but there was a lot of color also. So I didn't pick one. I do love the witchy vibes. I do too. I do like some witchy stories. And Sophie says, great to hear you doing good. Yes, all good over here. I'm just editing my work podcast and then hoping to read some more of Sliver by Ira Levin after work. Nice. Isn't he the one that wrote The Stepford Wives? Am I correct with that? And good morning, Jasmine. How are you? Are you ready to go to work? What are you going to be up to this morning? I refuse to take work home. If it doesn't get done, there is something wrong with the workload required of me. And I'm not paid for doing work at home. I agree. But my workload was always a lot. It was a lot. It's just the expectations are just, crazy. My last couple of years, though, in the classroom, I ended up actually going to work on Saturdays, and I'd work for a while so that I didn't have to take work home during the week. So it was a trade-off. I know, my work from home days are pretty chill because I always do my work at the office so that I have something to turn in on my work from home days so that I have something to show. Yay. That's smart. But if the odd 0.01% chance my boss is watching this, that was all a lie and is the plot to book I'm writing. Oh my gosh, if they ask me a question and say, oops, that I was in the bathroom. Can you repeat? Oh my goodness. My boss has just become so negative and I cannot stand it. I wish that you could find yourself something different, Jasmine, because you and Travis are in a similar boat that y'all have horrible bosses. And I hate that for you because you are not a negative person. You're very upbeat and positive. And basically negative people like that are always trying to steal your joy. It's like they're so miserable. They want to make everybody else miserable. Yep. You see, Travis can relate. She's being nice now because she finally got called out, but I don't know how long that will last. Well, if she's anything like my last administrator, they're nice for a little bit, but there's always that underlying sarcasm. Like once she got called out for something, and she made a whole public announcement at a faculty meeting, and she was like very, like, every time she would say something, she would bring up like one of the comments. But of course, because blah blah, it's like, just let it go. Like, take the criticism and let it go. It would be much better for everybody, because we don't want to hear it. We don't want to hear it. We know because we experience it. So we don't need to know that you're butthurt about being called out about something. And now, we know it bothers you, obviously, because if it didn't bother you, or if you could actually grow from the criticism, you would not keep talking about it, because we really don't care. We're focusing on math and literature this week, back to full days next week, slowly working through the Odyssey with the high schoolers. Excellent choice, Em. I really enjoyed the Odyssey. It's a tough story, or it's really like written in like a poem, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. I remember Andrew did that in English 1, and then he also read it again in high school for one of his classes. The one that he read in English 1 was kind of like an abbreviated version, and then when he went to high school, he had to read the full length. And so I read it at that time with him. Very good, especially the ending part. I just thought that was so amazing. And Alicia says, I know, I feel like they either pass it back or forth, or they just keep passing it at school. The teacher said that there was something going around the school. Yeah, a lot of germs. Enjoying the new Stephen Graham Jones. It combines a lot of his early books and later books. Excellent. I need to get more of his backlist books, because I'm new to Stephen Graham Jones. My journey started with him, actually with a short story that I read for Week of Weird. And then I branched out and read My Heart is a Chainsaw. Kelsi had given me that book, and I was like, let me see what this is all about. And I fell in love with it. So definitely need to read some more by him. Several students from several classrooms have been sick. Terrible. Good morning, Jules. I'm working, but always trying to read between calls. I'm currently reading A Point Horror Prom Dress. Ooh, fun. And yes, that's correct. I love that book, and Rosemary's Baby too. Okay, yes, that's also where I thought I heard the name. Yeah, I haven't read anything by him. So I heard that they're all great. But I've seen The Stepford Wives with Catherine Ross. And I always remember being a little freaked out about it, especially when she discovers what's, behind everything. And I remember just like the creepy scene when she goes in there and she has to pull back this like curtain. I don't know. It's very creepy. Have not ever seen Rosemary's Baby. I know the gist of it, so I don't know why I haven't ever seen it, though. I think it would probably freak me out. And I need to read Sliver. Levin's Rosemary's Baby and The Stepford Wives are two of my favorite classic horrors. And I have to report for jury duty this morning. Have a great sprint, everyone. No, I feel for you, Eleanor. Hopefully you only have to go today and not for an extended period of time, or you don't get called where they have to sequester you. Have an awesome day, Eleanor. Thanks for popping in. Kat, you're on. Too many things come up last night. I wasn't able to get back on sprints and did no reading. We'll finish my book today. That sounds good. Yes, I'm on vacation, Denise, this week for spring break from school. So I figured I would do some old school April sprints. It also helps me get some things done as well. I'm still reading The Spell Shop. And they say misery loves company, of course. Sadly, it's always the best workers that get treated the worst. Yes. And the sad reality is most of your best workers, it's because you are a good worker and you have good work ethic that you deal with it. And the best workers generally have to leave because they can't take it anymore. So they leave a job that they love or enjoy and go elsewhere. And then they can never really 100% say why they're leaving, because you don't want to burn a bridge, because you don't know if you're ever going to cross paths with those people again, or you're going to cross paths with that person's relative somewhere down the line. So yeah, it's a pain. That's why I thought it was great that your coworker that left hadn't worked there very long and gave her a piece of her mind. Energy vampires, they really suck the life out of you, 100%. And good luck to Eleanor. Are you hoping to get picked or no? And yeah, it's become like an energy vampire. But anyways, I'm going to read some Goosebumps before I head into work. Excited to cover a baseball game today. That should be fun. And O to M, I love teaching the Odyssey. And to Jen, I agree with you. Both of them are great classics. Currently, Sliver is a bit slower than I like, but it's just getting good. So I'm intrigued to see how it turns out. I'm wondering, which book did he write first out of the three that y'all mentioned today? I'd be curious to see just like his growth. You know, a lot of times debut novels, you know, they're just starting to get their momentum or whatever. And so it's nice to see how they, you know, grow as an author. Good morning, Elena. How are you? And I've served on 2 juries already, so no. I don't blame you. Haha, okay, sending all the good juju that you don't get picked. I'm right with you. Stephen Gordon Jones is incredible. The Only Good Indians is amazing. You definitely should check out more by him. I have that on my shelf. I have Mongrels, and I have the one Night of the Mannequins. I have all of those on my shelf. Plus, I got the new book that he just wrote, The Buffalo Hunter. So I just would like to get more of his books. I have a feeling I just like his writing style. I like his voice. It's just different in such a great way. I mean, I just get kind of sucked in. And I guess too, because Jay Daniels was such a wonderful main character, strong female character. I just loved her character, flaws and all. You know, she just seemed real, like really real. And good morning to Ice. I'm currently reading The Egyptian Cross Mystery, 74 out of 381, and plan to read at least one chapter during sprints. Yay. Our curriculum is great at breaking things down and offered an audio adaptation that updated the prose. I'm reading the original on the side and prefer that over what the kids are reading. Yeah. And good morning, Christina. I'm glad you can make it. Did you read Just My Heart is a Chainsaw or the series? I read the whole entire series. I loved it. My favorite out of the series was Don't Fear the Reaper. That was my favorite as far as, I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it had the element of the serial killer. It also, to me, in some ways, just had the right amount of gore and action and brought characters together. I don't know. I ended up having to reread My Heart is a Chainsaw. And the first time I read it, I had a few questions. I was left kind of hanging, like, I'm really not 100% sure about the sheriff. I'm not 100% sure about the supernatural element. I'm not sure about just certain things in it. And I'm glad that I reread it. I reread it actually a year from when I read it the first time, because I wanted to read Don't Fear the Reaper, and I wanted to make sure I had everything fresh in my mind. The second time I read it, I also listened to audio, and that experience, and it helped answer a lot of questions that I had just kind of missed. And I'm like, so it made me appreciate My Heart is a Chainsaw more. And then going into Don't Fear the Reaper, you know, I loved it. But all 3 of them I enjoyed immensely. It's a 5-star series for me. But out of the 3, if I had to pick a favorite, my favorite was Don't Fear the Reaper. And Christina's here to remind us to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Good morning, Jamie. Popping in before work to say hi. See you later tonight. Yay. I'm glad you're going to be joining us. In order from first to last of the 3 mentioned, Rosemary's Baby, Stepford Wives, and Sliver. Interesting. Okay, so that's, I guess, where I would start is Rosemary's Baby. Sliver also has a movie adaptation starring Sharon Stone and William Baldwin, book published in 91 and movie released in 93. I've seen the movie but don't remember much about it. Well, that's good to know. And Don't Fear the Reaper was the one with the Jaws movie, right? I like that one. No. The Jaws movie night was the first one. My Heart is a Chainsaw. The second one was with the serial killer that comes to town. He escapes a convoy because he was being shipped or transported, I should say, not shipped. He's not a package, but he was being transported, and then there's a blizzard, and then he ends up in the town, and they have to fight him. So yeah, that one was like a big time massacre. And I have not got to Angel in Indian Lake yet. Yeah, that one is a good one too. And it kind of wraps everything up, but it's kind of sad because that's where you end up leaving Jade. So I don't know. Sometimes authors will revisit characters many years later. I mean, look at Stephen King. He wrote The Shining, and then he ended up writing Dr. Sleep many years later. So we did get to see what ended up happening to Danny Torrance and what he was dealing with in the aftermath of that horrific situation with his mom and dad at the Overlook Hotel. And I think he did a great job with Dr. Sleep. I enjoyed it. Rose the Hat was a creepy villain, in my opinion. And yeah, oh yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I like that one too. Okay, so we will go on our first sprint. Are y'all good with 45 minutes? Would that be good for y'all? It would give me time to eat my breakfast, take my meds, and really get into more of my book because I have been reading. I read a couple of chapters this morning before hopping on. And Elena says yes. Okay, so we will start with 45. Yep, yep, yep. Good. Okay, perfect. That is perfect. Okay, happy sprinting, everyone. I hope y'all are very productive. Let's do that again. Welcome back. I was on mute. The kitty cat scared me. How did y'all do during that sprint? Let's see how far I got. I have to calculate. I can't eyeball it. It seems like I can get through 24 pages. That's like the magic number. So yes, I made it through 24 pages. I'm on page 267. That's where I ended up. And I'm close to chapter 27. I'm loving it. There is a conflict happening in the book now. And it's like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? It's all going to be lost. Keela is finally acting the way I prefer her to be, because I think she's not as self-absorbed as she was in the very beginning. So it's like I want everything to kind of work out. I want a happily ever after. But I will tell you, I would love to live in this world. It's so cozy. And I love the magical creatures. So before we left, Elena was telling us that she had to go. Her bus was ready to pick her up and she'd be working until the afternoon, and saying that for us to have a great day and we'll see you this weekend. And then Kelsi popped in saying thank you for sprinting. This is her baby. Old School April is her baby. And of course, I don't mind at all. I love sprinting. I love being with everyone in the community. Vanessa popped in. Also, Christine popped in, and she's not sure what she'll be doing today in between her chores. And then Lee is here, wishing everyone a good morning. And she is going to sneak on and work and hang out because she is trying to avoid the working part today. I don't blame you. That's not the best part. And then Chris Wildfire is here wishing me and the Old School family, Go Scoobies specifically, a good morning. And Amy is here. Amy is on call today, so I'm waiting to go into work, drinking coffee and reading the Bunnicula graphic novel. I hope you're enjoying it. I have not read it yet. I might read it for the spooky season. You know what I forgot to read for Old School April, and then I meant to do? I wanted to read more of Tales from the House of Bunnicula. That was my plan. And I did not get to read another Nancy Drew either. But I will have to save that, I think, for Halloween-a-thon. And I think it's also because I picked my picture books to read. I have to read my picture books. But I will tell you, the Bad Kitty Does Not Like Easter was very, very cute. And so Christina was telling everyone hello. And Amberly's here. Ooh, morning sprints. Good. I need to get my life together. Welcome, Amberly. I hope you've been well. And highs. Highs, I love that. Highs. And Denise says, I am at 94% in Pachinko. I'm reading on my phone. Good for you. I wish I could read on my phone. I cannot. In fact, if I ever have to read anything, a lot of times I will forward it to my email, and then I'll try to read it on my computer, or I have to print it on paper. Travis played a game, read some of my book, and currently waiting for this meeting to start. That's probably torture. And my friend called to catch up. I edited a video about ready to upload and did 2 small spinner wheel tasks. I love your spinner wheel tasks. I think that's amazing that you have your little spinner wheel to do that. It probably is less daunting to have to do a task if you can kind of figure it out. I'm sure your tasks are kind of created equal, because what if you got a really big task, but you didn't have the time to do it? What do you do in a case like that, Alicia? And Jen said, I didn't do any cleaning or reading. I watched some OSA vlogs instead, which I have to catch up on that. Yeah, anyone for OSA, if you watch anything related to OSA, you get a point for your team for that. And Nicole finished Mansect. Yay! And made it through chapter 14 in the Mall of Madness. I'm really enjoying it so far. Cameron's recommendations are fire this year. Excellent. I don't know what possessed me to watch Marley and Me, but now here I am, a mess of tears at the ending. Yeah, I have never watched Marley and Me. I have it on DVD. I bought it before I read the book. And when I read the book, I was doing like ugly crying in my bathroom because I had started reading it. I was, well, not started reading it, but I was reading it, and I got to a very sad part in it. But I was reading in bed, and so I didn't want to be like ugly crying in the bed while my husband's trying to sleep. So I went into the bathroom, closed the door, and did my ugly crying in there. And I'm like, this is so terrible. So I'm afraid to watch Marley and Me because I just think it's gonna wreck me. I watched Hachi. If y'all have never watched Hachi, I would not recommend it if you are gonna, or if you're an emotional basket case like Jasmine is describing here, Marley and Me, because Hachi, we cried. It was me, Andrew, and my husband literally got up and went in the bathroom. We're like, we know you're crying, we know, and he's like, I'm not crying. We're like, we know you are. Andrew and I were like hugging each other. This is so terrible. Oh, we are so ridiculous. But yeah, I did the same thing with The Road. I did the same thing with The Book Thief. The books wrecked me, and then I had the nerve to go watch the films in the movie theater. I'm like, this is crazy. Oh, if it's sad enough, I will cry. I said hi back. We're up to 105 of 381. Excellent. And good morning, Christy. Still working on horror movie 42% in. Good for you, making some progress. Yeah, it's fun being back with Harold and Chester. They are so silly. They are. I love Harold and Chester and all their shenanigans. I think, Amy, I am going to break down if I can find a good collection of them. I'd love to have it in hardback, but I might not be as fortunate to get them in hardback because they've been out for so long. But I would love to have the Bunnicula series in my book collection. I just love it so much. It just makes me so happy. All the little shenanigans and the tales from the House of Bunnicula are just really precious because of Howie. And made it to page 163 of 316 in the Very Secret Society of Irregular Witches. I like that title, Kelly. That sounds awesome. And you are making progress. Let's see, you're about a little more than halfway there. Hello, Olivia, my sweet friend. How's it going for you? What's up with you? What are you doing? And yes, I love it because it helps me get things done. I don't have to decide what to do next. It chooses that for me. Very nice. And are the tasks equal in what you can do, or it doesn't matter because you have the time if it's a bigger task as opposed to a smaller task? And Shelby and I finished our read aloud with seconds to spare. Excellent. Gold star for you, M, and for Shelby. Oh God, I cannot do sad dog books or movies or anything. I can't do any like sad stories. There is a movie called, I think it's called The Bear. And it's about a little bear. And it is so sad. It's like one of those movies like The Road was like that, where the minute the music starts, if you know anything about it, you want to just cry because it just like hits you in the heart. Like an arrow. Ugly snot, bubble crying. Ugh, I miss my pup. Yeah. I mean, I do think, I don't know. It's just, I can't handle it. Oh my gosh. I am a mess. Like, literally, if we were having a conversation and we started talking about something and it was sad, I would tear up. I would. That's just how I am. And that's why I really can't talk about Cujo. I really cannot, because I even told Kelsi when we did our live for the Year of King, I'm like, I hope I can get through Cujo. I just have to kind of like not think of parts, and I definitely can't think of the ending because it just makes me want to cry, like the ugly cry. And Jen is telling Jasmine, I haven't read the book or watched the movie. I can't take it. The novel Cujo wrecked me, so I think I'll have to pass on Marley and Me. Sending hugs and Kleenex your way. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my God, Hachi, I watched that with a class in school, and we all looked like a mess by the end of that. Your teacher must not have watched the movie ahead of time. How could your teacher show that to y'all? I just can't imagine. My uncle told me, we had a phone conversation, and he told me Richard Gere should be arrested for doing that film because it was so terrible. Even my uncle cried. He's like, it is terrible. I was like, well, it's not Richard Gere's fault. I mean, he happened to be in it. But yeah, just so heartbreaking. Ugh. I'm reading An Unkindness of Ghosts by River Solomon, but now I have to edit a couple of videos. Ooh, you could be very productive today. So I'm ready for another. I can't speak this morning. Another. Actually, it's another because the A is a schwa sound. Another 45-minute sprint. Are y'all ready for 45 minutes as well? And if anybody is heading off to work before we come back to the chatty parts, I hope y'all have a good day at work. I really do. I'm going to be very sad going back next week. I love being home. I love it so very much. So let me know if 45 is good for y'all. And that is what we will do. I guess, yes, no, maybe so. I'm not getting any takers. Either that or I'm like maybe lagging. Okay, I'm going to do 45. If for some reason y'all don't want that, we'll go ahead and we can change it. But that would be helpful. I think a lot of people could use the time. Olivia is editing. People are working. So we'll do that. Poor Travis is waiting on a meeting. Here we go. Okay. So I'll see y'all in a little bit. Hello. How did everybody do? I did really well this time. I read 45 pages. I'm very excited. That means I have 65 left and I am finished. Really enjoying it. Two plot twists that happened. Very excited to of course, where it's going to go. Danger, 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 but lots of magic. So I'm very, very excited to talk about this book with everyone that read it because it really is enjoyable. Very enjoyable. A lot different than I thought. It is considered romantasy, more cottagecore to me than romantasy, and the romance is light. So I like that aspect of it. Been to his bookshelf, read some of Rewitched, and worked on home library catalog. This is before we went to sprints. I think my comments were hung up. Alicia said, yeah, put all tasks for the day on there. So dishes, vacuuming, read 30 minutes, planner updates, clean up kitchen, etc. I like that. It's a good balance. I'm working on seasonal deep clean in the living room today, but about to send hubby off to the dentist. Son is on his school stuff, so I think I can maybe get more read in the spell shop and work on the blanket. Yay. The only two movies that made me cry were Titanic and Me Before You. Funny story. My daughter cries easily, and she didn't cry with Me Before You. Fun fact, I've never seen Titanic. I know about it. I've seen, like clips and stuff, but I've never seen it. I think it's just was so much hype around it that I'm just like, I don't know. I guess so many people talked about it at the time it came out. I'm just like, you wore me out. I'm going back to reading Say Cheese and Die, the Goosebumps book, because goodness. Okay, and this is where I think we were getting into. I love Solomon Sorrowland and Model Home. That was Jen saying that to Olivia. And then we were getting into our 45s. And then Alicia Yo came in. I didn't realize she was sprinting today. Yeah, I decided since I was on vacation that I would do it. I had to get a thumbnail made for the sprints that were not What's Up Wednesday. So once I was able to do that, then I could schedule it. But I'll be sprinting OSA today, this morning, and then also I have Saturday morning momentum Saturday morning for 2 hours, and then I am going to do OSA sprints at noon, and then of course Kelsi will be doing her slumber party in the afternoon. So I'm not sure if I'll be doing any more sprinting for OSA. It's just going to depend. I have a lot to do. I have a lot of channels still to create for Zombie-thon. I still have a lot to do for OSA. I am now behind on my 6 Sad April. I have to post yesterday's and today's, so I'm hoping to get that done. That's what I really need to do. And meeting is already a mess. They have the man who says and every sentence talking for 2 hours. I do a drinking game where I sip water every time he says it, so I am hydrated as bleep, which I thought was hilarious. And looks like someone hacked my eBay account. Just got 8 failed charge notifications from my bank. That is awful. I hate that. I just despise hackers. It's like, why do you have to pick on people who are just trying to live their life? Use your hacking skills for good. And M said lessons took up the whole sprint, but 2 kids are done with school for the day. That's amazing. And Travis deleted his payments. He deleted his payments off eBay and changed his password, kept his card locked, so if any more attempts, otherwise I'll have to get a new card. And this meeting is painful. I feel the same way, Em. I hope it gets resolved quickly. Painful, but I think I invented a new cuss word. I just read 30-ish pages I'm enjoying, but the mystery is nowhere near its resolution. I only have 8 pages left. I might read Bunnicula next. I've never read it before. Oh, it's amazing, Nicole. And if Amy is still here, she will back me up. I would 100%, if you like audiobook, if you can get a copy of the audiobook with your physical copy, I would highly recommend it. Victor Garber is the narrator, and he does the voices of the characters. So he's just amazing, amazing, amazing. And it just adds a little extra to the story. Denise finished Pachinko. Woohoo! 4 stars, deciding what to read next. That's always a fun thing. What do you read next? Yeah, I was happy the romance in Spell Shop was pretty light. I wouldn't consider it romantasy either. Yeah, I would not have gravitated towards that because it's not heavy on romance, and it's a sweet interaction, and both the characters are awkward because of they're just awkward with social interaction. And so it's really sweet the way they do interact with one another, and just like listening to Keela's thought process and just watching Keela grow over the course of the novel, and realizing that Lauren is really a good guy. So yeah, I'm pleased with that. To me, it's more cottagecore, and I may even recommend it to the Cozy Cottage Book Club, that they might want to check into it, even if they don't do it for a book club selection. Just like put it out there that they may enjoy reading it because of all the cottagecore elements. Because that's the Cozy Cottage Book Club is related to It's a Charming Life, and they live in a cottage, and a lot of the things that Keela's doing, is like making her own jam and, figuring out spells to help the island plants and animals and nature. And that's all would fit wonderfully with the people in the book club. I made a smoothie for breakfast and working on a manuscript today. I used to do a lot of freelance beta reading and editing before COVID, and I'm finally trying to get back into it. That's amazing, Amberly. I think that would be a fun job. I would enjoy that. Yes, I have never seen Titanic. I'm going to have to bully you like Angela now. Well, you can bully all you want. It's going to exhaust you because I really, really, really have no desire to watch it. I also have not ever seen Top Gun either, which everybody rolls their eyes about that as well. I mean, I've seen clips of both movies, but I just don't know. I just don't have the patience to watch either one. I don't know. I think it's because they were just so overhyped. It's like when somebody overhypes something for me, I'm just like, I don't know. You kind of explained the whole story to me. You kind of left me with not really anything to discover. And finish Banicula. Woohoo! Going to binge the series again now. I cannot though. I know the series is so wonderful. It is wonderful. How did you like it in graphic novel format? That's the only thing. I was just curious about how that would be for the format. I'm excited because the artwork looked very, very neat. And Alicia said, I've been consumed by baby chicks for the last 24 hours. My goodness. Alicia, you're not going to believe it. On Sprints last night, guess what my husband had in the palm of his hand that was in Luna's mouth? Can you guess, Alicia, with my track record? I'll have to tell you that story. And Jen made it to 4% into Senseless by Ronald Malfi. It's a bit of a chunker. I'm trying to think if Ronald Malfi, look on the shelves. Where are my M books? Is he the one that wrote Night Parade? I was supposed to read that and I ran out of time. I think that was Christine and Cliff's book club selection. I was mad because I had it on my shelf for a while. I never got to it. Is it the same man? I've never read anything by him. Alicia, we're getting chicks soon. It will be a new venture for us. We've been gardening and having fruit trees, vines for years, so we decided to add chickens to your old homestead. I think that's going to be fun. And Amy said, I refuse to use eBay for that reason, Travis. Every time I try, I get bank issues. Their security is not good. That is terrible. I mean, clearly, if a lot of people are having trouble, they should really do something about that because a lot of people use eBay. I know, very frustrating. Hello, Leslie. I'm at work, so I'm just popping into some love and hugs and happy sprinting, everyone. Love you, Leslie. I hope the job is getting better. I hope that you are just killing it at work and that it's not killing you. And hi to Leslie. Spoil the shop sinks. What? The shop sinks? Don't tell me that. And oh, the ship. You meant the ship. I thought you meant the shop from the spell shop. Oh my gosh. I think that's another thing with the Titanic. I've read and so many different Titanic stories. It's just like it's so I mean, I appreciate the story, what it meant in history and all that, but it's one of those stories that I'm just like it's like oversaturated, I guess. And I mean, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Kat says, I'm gonna pull out that birthday card, watch my birthday. I'm not. I'm not, Travis. I'm sorry. I love you. I love you, but I'm not. Look, I won't even watch Top Gun with my husband, and he loves that movie. So, yeah. Yeah, sorry. Sticking to my guns. I like the movie, though. It has a good soundtrack, too. Yes, you are 100% correct. So I'm on sprints. He knocks on the door and he's got the bunny in his hands. He tells me that Luna had it in her mouth, but she wasn't like going to eat it or kill it. She just had it in her mouth. She must have just picked it up and then she put it gently on the ground. I don't know why, like what she was planning on doing it if my husband was not out there. And so he picked it up, and then I was going to go out when I got on sprints to go look for the burrow to see where these bunnies are living. And he had already found the bunny. So I told him what to do, get it, all situated, put something on top. And so then I went and checked on them. So apparently we have 4 baby bunnies total because there was 3 still in the burrow. But you could see all the bunny fur and everything around it. And when I went to go check, you could kind of see like the little area like moving a little bit. So anyway, I hope they're going to be okay. If one is coming out, that's the issue, is when they start like coming out of the burrow. It's like, go back in there. You're so little and vulnerable. And then also worry about just other animals besides my dogs. And Travis said, I guess I gotta stop using it. It might be a good idea. And in that sprint, I finished a square and worked on the sprinting spreadsheet a bit, hoping to read next sprint. I am on chapter 10. I will tell you, Amy has a wonderful project going on with her squares. She is making a blanket for everything she reads this year. And so each square represents the book, like the colors. It's the neatest project. I really love it. I can't wait to see the blanket at the end. It's going to be beautiful. I've read 2 other books by Malfi, Come With Me, which I loved, and Black Mouth, which was okay. He did write The Night Parade, but I haven't read it. Okay, so because the name sounded familiar. I actually picked that up. It was in the bargain section at Books A Million, and it sounded like a good story, so that's why I picked it up. And yay, Jen, you'll love having them. They're little dinosaurs. I know. And for the Titanic, sorry. Oh, Kat, I'll send you $20 to watch Titanic. No, you do not have $20 to spend for me to watch Titanic. No. It's fun, small changes, but it made me laugh. And overall, it's the same story. Yeah, it's sort of like the picture book. I need to find more of those picture books like I did the Halloween one because it was just so wonderful. Luna is a sweet girl for being so gentle with the bunny. I agree. I mean, when she chases after the squirrels and the bunnies and the birds, she seems like she's like so laser focused and she's just going to like rip them up, but she doesn't. And the mama bunny, it has to be the mama bunny. The other morning I went out, Bailey actually went after the bunny first, and then Luna came from the other side. It was sort of like they had, like teaming up, kind of doing it. It almost looked like they were trying to herd the bunny, and the bunny would like run real fast and then like, cut them off and then stop. And then the dogs were like kind of catching their breath, and then they decided to go after again. And the bunny actually wore them out. I'm like, Bunny, they are dogs. They are going to hurt you. I'm going to have to drive 4 hours to your house to make you watch it. It's one of my favorite movies. No, Travis, you are not going to do that. No. That sounds like a fun blanket. I want to see it too. I think it's going to be pretty. She's been showing her squares each month she's been sharing like her squares. Well, she was sharing them through the old school April vlogs that she did. But I think it's very neat how it's all going to come together. So Amy's very creative. It's going to, like I said, I can't wait. I can wait. I don't want the year to go by so quickly, but I can't wait to actually see the finished project. I think it's going to be amazing. And I'm excited to see too how big it's going to be, because depending on how many books Amy reads for the year, that could be a pretty big blanket. I know Travis he's being ridiculous. Yes, ridiculous. And excited to see that blanket. I know it's gonna be wonderful. Okay, we are at 11, almost 11 o'clock. It's 10:55 my time. So how about we do another sprint? We could do 45 if y'all would like. I think the pics I posted were in the craft section, but it was a week back or so. Yeah, that in the craft section for OSA, because that would be awesome. If not, also, I don't know if you can post a pic in my craft section on my Discord for people to see if they're there. And I haven't started putting the squares together yet. Yeah, I can imagine that's going to take some time to do. But it really is. The squares you've done are beautiful. So I can imagine the blanket is going to be amazing. So is 45 good for everybody? Yeah, I'm anticipating having maybe 150 plus squares. Oof. I guess also too, it'll depend on how wide, how many squares wide are you anticipating? Because I guess that will also help with like the length, I guess. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how you're going to decide. Have you decided yet how many, or you just got to wait to see so you can have an even amount? Okay, good. We're going to do 45. Okie dokie. So 45 it is. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the dimensions are. Okie dokie. So happy sprinting, everyone. I hope everyone does really well in everything they want to do. Hello, how did y'all do? I made it to page 340. So that put me at, let's see, 29 pages. I did stop at one point just to check messages and look at Discord, and I saw Alicia's cute, precious little chicks. I had to go show my husband and my son Barry because they're so cute. They're adorable. I think there'd be a lot of fun to raise baby chicks. Okay, so let's see. That puts me at 340 of 374. And if I'm adding correctly, 34 pages left. I'll be finished. Then I have to look at the questions and start putting my thoughts down. I have been writing down little notes, and I also have been tabbing some different parts in here. Of course, you always have to have a character in here that just rubs you the wrong way because they can't keep their trap shut. Drives me crazy. But of course, I guess that makes the story more interesting to have an antagonist in there. So, Sophie said, gosh, every time I get some free time from my work task to hop back into the chat, the sprint has restarted. Well, it's helping me get through the work, finishing up for the day now, though. Yes, because you are, I think, like 6 hours ahead of us. So it would be close to the time for your the end of your work day. Sophie lives in England, if anyone does not know. Yeah, it's a little bit quicker for us to go on sprints just because we don't have as many people usually in the morning time, and a lot more people either at work or trying to get tasks done. And Chris Wildfire says, another funny story. My cousin went to see Titanic when it premiered at theaters, and at the time I thought, ugh, that sounds like a dud. This meeting makes me want to rip my hair out. And yay, we ended the meeting an hour early. Yay, woot woot. I keep missing the breaks, but I'm still here. Yay. And Travis had just clocked out for lunch break, about to heat up leftover Chinese food. Yum. I love Chinese food. Gonna do some dinner prep as well. Do y'all have a really good Chinese restaurant in your area, Travis? We used to have one that we loved in Ponchatoula, and they closed. I don't know what happened, but they closed. And ever since then, well, actually, we had one in Ponchatoula and one in Hammond. And I'd always go to the one in Hammond. My friend's son would visit from Baton Rouge, but that one closed before the one in Ponchatoula. So it was like such a shame because they were our favorites. And making Jamaican jerk chicken tonight with pineapple salsa and bacon wrapped Brussels sprouts. That sounds yummy. I love Brussels sprouts. I logged some points and made it halfway through Bunnicula. I love Harold so much. Oh, I'm so glad that you are enjoying it. I love the Bunnicula series. Amy is actually the catalyst because I had read Bunnicula a couple of times. We just had the one book, but I had read it a couple of times. Never continue with the series until Amy read it a couple of years ago. And I'm like so grateful. I fell down the rabbit hole, literally. Miss Random Creation finished in the Mall of Madness. And oh boy, that ending. I finished cleaning my office and made 10% into Senseless. Travis, now I'm hungry. I know. Hi, yet again, everyone. I'm starting part 3 of the book, page 167 of 381. Good job, Ice. And I finished editing my video, and I'm uploading it. Yay, Livia. That's awesome. I checked on the little one. Fever has come down. Had a phone call with hubby. Did a spinner wheel task and about to make some lunch. Whew, very productive. I'm glad that Alan's fever is coming down. And congrats on editing and uploading your video, Olivia. Stripped the bed, gathered some laundry, finished another square, and got another chapter read. I'm loving this book, but just wish I could focus longer on it. Yeah, I really am. Now that I think sometimes it's good to kind of be under a little pressure when you're reading a book, at least for me. I never get the time to just really read a book for a really long length of time. So I'm really glad that I did, because it really helps me to get immersed in it and into the characters and wanting to read more, of course, if it's a good book, obviously. But I just love the world. I love this cover. This is one reason I wanted to read this book, was the cover is just absolutely beautiful with the purple pages. You know, I love the little cat over here with the wings. It's just such a magical place. I love it. Nice little book. I have to get back to Imaginary Friend, which is on the total opposite of enjoyment. It's enjoyable in a different way, but my characters are in peril right now, and they're stuck in that peril, and it's just making me nervous. I'm just so worried about Kate and her son Christopher. It's like too much. And then to Alicia, I'm glad your little one's fever has come down. Decided to start reading a nonfiction book titled Tiny Experiments, How to Live Freely in a Goal-Obsessed World. Skimmed the first 30 pages since I read them before, and on page 42. Nice. And Travis said, I live in the city, so we have a bunch of different Chinese places that are good. It's kind of pricey, but they give you huge portions. As long as they give you huge portions, that's all that matters. Thank you, Jen. Today was a productive day. I filmed also another video that I'll upload for Saturday, hopefully. Yeah, I really need to film a couple of videos myself. I don't know when I'm going to be able to do that. The neighbor is getting a pool installed, and the work is bone rattling loud. It's going to be a long day. Ugh. I hate that when you have so much noise. Me too. That was the other thing I did. I finished editing a video, about to upload that. Boy, y'all are on fire with productivity. I can't wait to read The Spell Shop. I'm enjoying it. I really am. I think you'll like it. And I love Kaz too. He is so cute. Yes, precious. Kaz is cute. I just can't say anything else, and just because I'm sure you haven't met some of the other characters. But there are a couple of plot twists, and I'm liking the direction it's going in. I'm really curious what's going to happen in the last 30 pages. The Italian edition of The Spell Shop will be released at the end of the month. I read the English ebook and I loved it, so I can't wait to buy the physical edition. That'll be amazing. And did you see the cover for the second book? It is also beautiful. No, I did not. And what's strange is Owl Crate was offering their own version of The Spell Shop, but their cover was not as pretty as the one that I have. I'll have to look and see what the Italian version is. I know, yeah, the cover for book 2 is gorgeous. I didn't realize there was a book 2. Oh, I see what you were saying. Did you see the cover for the second book? I was thinking your book, the actual physical book. I'm going to have to see. I didn't realize that there was a second book and that this was going to be a series. That's good to know. On chapter 11, so only 31% in, but I'll be trucking along as much as possible today. Yeah. I made a pretty good progress if you've got the time to sit with it, because I think it reads fairly easily. Like you really, once you get into that mode, at least for me, it did. Okay, so it is 11:50, and I plan to sprint until 12:30. So if we do 12, 12:10, 12:20, we could do a 30-minute sprint, and then we can chat for a few minutes before I hop off. Olivia said, I found out when I saw the date for the Italian release. Gotcha. I'm going to have to do some research on that. I'm so glad y'all told me, because I had no clue, and I'll have to let Alex know. Alex may already know, but depending on how she feels about it, she may want to read the second one, because I would like to read the second one. And Denise said to Amberly, I'm on my 4th and last day of having wood floors installed. I get what you mean about loud. I've been wearing headphones made for the gun range while reading. Oh my gosh. That would be awful. Okay, so is 30 good for y'all? It would be our last sprint of the day. But I'm willing to do 30 if that's okay with y'all. Yeah, listening to the chat on headphones. And Alicia says yes. Okay, good. So we'll do that. And I love you little chicks. They're so cute. And oh man, Denise, that sounds exhausting. Yeah, I agree. 30 is good. Okay, good, 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 good. And congrats on the new floors, though. Yeah, sometimes you have to have a little bit of disruption to get the final reward at the end. Okay, so 30 minutes. We started the timer. And the Enchanted Greenhouse is book 2, but not seeing it on Goodreads. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see it. I don't even know if I even put this on Goodreads that I was reading it at the time. I'm all over the place. Okay. Happy sprinting. Hello, welcome back. I literally have 2.5 pages left and I am finished the spell shop. And oh my God, I love the way it is ending. It's wonderful, fantastic. I'm so glad that we chose this book and I can't wait to discuss it later this afternoon. Well, this evening, actually, not really the afternoon. So, getting back to what Alicia was saying, The Enchanted Greenhouse is book 2. She did not see it when she made this comment, but then she did find the link for it on Goodreads. So if anybody is reading it and wants to check it out, you can. And Alicia, that was Alicia saying that she found it. And again, that is the link for The Enchanted Greenhouse. It has a release date of July 15th. Good to know, July 15th. I have a lot of books that I need to get sequels for or new. There is a Louisiana actor who co-wrote a book, and his is now offered for pre-order. So I'm thinking about getting that one too. It looks like it's a thriller. But it's set in Louisiana, so I'm curious to see how it is. His name is Hunter Burke, and there is a TV show, I don't know if it's called Sweet Magnolias. I've only seen a couple episodes of it, but it stars Jamie Lynn Spears. Well, Hunter Burke has a role in that TV series. So I'm curious, just curious. And there is a giveaway on Goodreads. Yay! Howdy, everybody. Happy Pigs in the Blanket Day, happy Scream Day, and happy Love Your Thighs Day. Well, if you ate pigs in the blanket, you could get a point for Old School April for sure. The thighs thing is kind of strange, unless you love and like chicken thighs. And Riley said, thanks for the link. Hello, Alexis. Made it for the last sprint. I have missed most of April. Oh, well, at least you got a little time in. Yep, bonus sprints. Heidi, you must have left last night before I announced that I was doing sprints. And caught up a little on my to-do list. Yay, Tina. That's always an amazing feeling. And I ate lunch and listened to more of Senseless. Way to go, Kat. Glad you're close to finishing your book. Yes. So 2.5 pages. I will finish that. Then I have to think about what I'm going to eat for lunch. And then I have to scoot over to Quest to do my blood work. It is actually located in Walmart. Convenient. I just finished dinner prep and just clocked it back in. Yay, you were productive. And yay, glad you enjoyed it. It might be at work. I might be at work when the discussion is going tonight, but I will watch the playback if I can't make it. It's on Alex's channel or yours. Alex's channel, Amy. I put the links in the Discord for it, but I may share like your thoughts because I know that you did post in the spell shop on Discord, if you don't mind. So that way, if anybody can or cannot make it, at least we can kind of give some feedback about it. It's really nice to know if people are resonating with the books that we are choosing for the book club. I did 3 spinner wheel tasks, scoop litter box, took out trash, gathered, and took out recycle. I did all of that yesterday evening right before my last sprint, except the recycle. We don't have recycling where people pick up. In our area, we have to actually go to a place to bring recycling. And hi, Kristen, getting to pop my head in for a little bit. Nice to see you. We're at 8 pages on page 51. My son stopped by to drop some things off for me. I love that visit from your son. And my video's up now. I'm thinking what to do for dinner. Yes, because I don't know if most people don't know, Livia started her channel a couple of months ago, and she lives in Rome, and she has a beautiful accent. I did my 6 ad April post and filmed my TBR game for May during that sprint. Yay, glad to have that done. I wish I could be ahead of the game, but it's just too many things going on for me. I can't balance it all. That's the issue between personal life, work, my old school April stuff, starting Zombie-thon. I'm like, I feel like I'm like the Tasmanian devil. all over the place. And I have to do both of my 6 Ed April because I've been doing so good. And now I'm like a day behind. Almost finished another square and chapter. Now getting some lunch. Yum. I've been watching Sweet Magnolias. I'm on season 2. It's pretty good. Well, Hunter Burke is an actor on that show, as I mentioned, and his book is coming out in June. So I am curious to see how he does as a writer. He's a co-author, but I'm just curious to see how this is going to end up being. But I've never met him in person. I never have had the opportunity to work with him, but I am friends with him in the community, like, interacted with him. So I'm very excited for him to be able to put a book out there. Thanks for hosting today, Kat. Have a beautiful day. You do as well, Christina. And we may or may not see you later on. I was able to read a chapter in my book. Yay! Gold star. And thank you for the sprints. Thank you, Kelly, for being here. I appreciate you. And remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take your meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you for the PSA. And thank you, Livia, for being here. I appreciate you. And same to you, Alicia. I hope your sweet Alan is feeling better and is actually on the other end of this illness that he is facing. And thank you, Amberly. It's good to see you. And as always, everyone, I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your day. Have a wonderful weekend. Those of you that are in the Saturday morning momentum community, I will be sprinting in the morning as normal, a live session, and hopefully be joined by some friends of mine. And we will do that. And then I will have Old School April Sprint starting at 12 o'clock Central Time. And I'll be going for about 4 hours because Kelsi will also be sprinting her slumber party, which y'all may or may not see me popping in and out on that as well. Thank you. Thank you. I hope so too. I hear that. I've got a lot of OSA stuff to catch up on. Scheduling feels like juggling chainsaws sometimes. That is an image that I can definitely identify with because I feel it. I feel it. And I did find my list of all my activities because I was panicking, y'all. I had put it somewhere and I'm like, I know I'm going to end up losing it. And then I'm going to want to cry because I still got to get my points together. Thank you, Tina, for being there. Always good to see you. And Olivia, I got your video on the playlist. See you Saturday, Alicia. Thank you, Kristen. I'm planning to come this evening, even if I'm not done. Yay! Yay, yay, yay. Because even if you know kind of what happens and what we talk about, you'll probably, the questions that I see that Alex sent me and that I've sent to Alex, you almost wouldn't have to finish the book in order to answer the questions, if that makes any sense. There will be spoilers, but I just don't know how spoilery they will be, if that makes any sense. Thank you, Travis, for being here. I'm glad I could help out a little bit. I hope you feel better and I hope your doctor's appointment goes well tomorrow. Thank you, Jen, for being here. I always love spending time with you as well. Are you going to be joining me Saturday by any chance? Do you know? Of course, I'll send you the info. Thank you, Swank, for being here. And bye. Have a great day. Thanks for sprints. Bye, Amy. See you soon. And as always, stay amazing and be adventurous, but safe in your adventures. And I'll talk to you all soon. Bye.